We should be live. Hello. So, the plan for today is doing a bit of dull grind. So I'm gonna finish this sketch here with the reference that you have on the right side, and then I'll probably carry on with the by painting, or well, test painting. That's the plan for the day. Checking volumes, see if things are doing the right thing. So I can see YouTube chat. Okay, we should be good. As you can see, I have Pinterest up here. I might need to zoom in, otherwise you can't see this little fella. Okay, we should be focused. In the meantime, I'm prepping up the gouache so it's nice and moist later. Let me get rid of the notifications on the phone so you don't get spammed. Let me check that this is the one that I was using. Yes, it is. Might need to zoom in even further, but I'm gonna keep it this way and then we'll see later. This is part of my daily practice, and since I need to get it done, I thought I would combine daily practice with finishing up this sketch that I started a couple of days ago. And then we should be getting into a bit more fun in a bit. I thought it was worth streaming regardless of what I was doing, because this is part of my daily artist growth. It's always so funny that you can barely hear my voice, but the noise is any noise that I make, like either my chair or whatever, comes through loud and clear. I wish my voice would come through that clear. Yeah, technical things are doing their job. I need to raise the volume of Spotify. Okay, I'm gonna balance out the volumes. Let me get some more light in. This is a weird paper. It responds so strangely to light, like reflective and dull at the same time, which is weird. No, my vocabulary is through the roof today. Where was I? I'm using this as a warm-up as well as daily practice, so it has multiple functions. It's a bit tricky sketching directly with ink because you need to take into account almost at the same time proportions, values, directions. And fur tends to be quite tedious. But it's an amazing exercise for patience. Thread is gone, thread is gone, thread is gone, thread is gone. should get his hand here ish. Trilska, trilska. Let's see if the other side is working okay. Looks like it is. Okay, good, good. My thrill is gone. Get some more volume in this song. There's someone to kill. All alone, there's something to glue. tiny hands. It may feel weird to say hands of an animal, but it's so human-like. Like primates are so human-like that you just want to call them hands. Yeah, I know I'm gonna mess up the proportions for sure. I think I'm always on the alert, high alert, that I'm about to mess up. Like, this looks much smaller than in the reference, I think. Oh well, you live, you learn. Also, this finger is shorter than the other one when it should be longer. Maybe the music is a bit loud now. Slams, baby. If anyone in the meantime just joined, welcome, welcome. You're free to stay and lurk, say hi, just up to you. I appreciate either way. What I'm doing is daily practice, just to keep my mojo going. Hi Sakura, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. As you can see, I've just set up an auto shout out for people who do stream, and like they pop up in chat, so yeah, you got a shout out. Since I want more people to discover the channels that I'm liking as well. And that deserve exposure and discovery. That's a wild looking animal. I know, right? It is very wild. With a very wild mustache. Yeah, it's a sketch that I started a couple of days ago, and I just wanted to not leave completely undone, or like half done, half cooked. Still getting my brain to make phrases. Gosh, these fingers are messed up. Sorry, little fella. What is it? It's a marmoset. It's called the marmoset. If you give me 1 sec, I'm gonna set a... Actually, it might be a tamarin. Indeed, it's a tamarin, it's not a marmoset. I got it wrong. I'm gonna put a link in the chat. And in the meantime, I'm scribbling on everything. It's a really funny looking creature. And unlock. Okay, thank you. Yeah, do you also do exercises in daily practice, Asakura? Or do you usually go straight in your illustrations? I draw them straight away. It's valid. It's another way of doing things. I try to keep practicing and doing things that I don't usually draw, so I don't narrow down my skill set, and I try to expand it as much as possible. I do, but if I have a block, I do something else. Yeah, sometimes I start from one thing and then I shift around, especially when you start becoming blind to the details or your hands becomes tired. Like in this case, there's so much fur, and after a while I might just ditch it, put it on a side, pause it and do something else. Yeah, because I have the practice piece that I started last time just on the side, and this probably would be the kind of part 2 of the stream, but I wanted to have this exercise done, and since I was going to do it anyway, I decided to start streaming, so it's part of the process, and since I'm sharing the process, I'm sharing this as well. How is your book progress going? think if anyone in chat, oh well, slowly but surely, I've seen progress. I've seen the posts on Instagrams as well. I was saying, like, if anyone in chat wants to see like illustration for a book come alive live, go over to Asakura's channel and see what he's up to. I switch between drawing and writing. Both are very, very important. You can't skimp on one just because the other one is more fun. Which is pretty much what I tend to do when it comes to practice, because one might be more drawn to do something that is fun, but the duller exercises are still kind of necessary, in my opinion. It is for me, not for everyone, for sure. That's what I find useful. Okay, so I've got chest, fur. Are you planning on trying to have it published, to have it posted online on one of the kind of webtoons or webbooks websites? What's your plan, if you have one? Or you're doing it just for yourself, just as a practice piece? Not sure really. Okay. And it's something that you, like, if you're still kind of halfway through, it might take a while, so you have time to think what to do. And you can have it like done on a side until you have made up your mind. Got a little teeny leg on the back. There's still chest and belly. For me, mostly. That's good. That's good. Everything is good practice, and once you get accustomed to the process, it makes it easier. Once you have other ideas and you want to do it for publishing purposes. Thinking of you and all the things that you wanted me to be. I forgot, which software do you usually draw in, Asakura? I must have asked you already. Adobe Fresco, okay. I haven't tried it, but reading Adobe made me shiver for a second after all the mayhem that happened with Adobe Animate. I don't know if you've heard. They almost made a big boo-boo and then they rolled back quickly because the backlash was really, really harsh. Tried Procreate and it's not for me. I haven't tried it. I've seen people find it useful, but it's very up to a personal preference at the end. So we got the little elbow. I think this is too far. This is a shouldery shoulder. So hard to switch. I bet. I have used Photoshop for many years when I was younger. Then I haven't touched anything, almost anything, for a while. And then when I'll go back to it. Just landed on Krita, which was free and didn't have to worry about other subscriptions and stuff like that, especially when you're not using it regularly. Having a subscription like for Photoshop was a bit much. And Krita does offer a lot of tools and is useful in many regards. I might switch to Clip Studio Paint because I've seen that is very good and I've had it recommended to me very often. So I'm gonna check it out soon. It's fun to try other apps. Yeah, and there are some, like for some specific tasks, like if you need to, I don't know, animate, make the case, you might want to use one app or one software rather than another. Because maybe it's been designed more for that task, so it has more tools, or the UI is more user-friendly than others that have another target in mind. Needs to go towards the shoulder. I love this playlist. If anyone wants to check it out, I have the thing for you. This should bring you to the playlist. One of these lines. Once I have the right music on, I could go on for hours without even realizing. I hope you can see it clearly enough, even though it's not super zoomed. I think it's in focus as well, so should be decent. Now, the tricky part, getting the other arm in without messing up the angles and the proportions and everything else. And of course I make it easy for myself. I don't practice with just a pencil and then if it's wrong you erase it. Nah, just do it with ink. And then if it's wrong you need to stare at it wrong for the rest of the sketch. Do you ever draw or paint in traditional media, Asakura? Sorry if my memory is a bit the one of a goldfish. It's a trademark. My memory is one of my trademarks. To go towards the shoulders or neck. Yeah, I've been messing with watercolors recently. Ooh, exciting. What type of subject? The same as the book, or were you trying something else? Neck. Then shoulder should be starting here. Ooh, that's some good base. Used to do pop-up art. What do you mean? What is pop-ups art? It doesn't come to mind, sorry. My brain's farting. A little elbow should be here. Like those kids pop-up books. Oh, I see, I see. Those are really cool. This should be all... Oh, crap. While I was checking the reference points, I was too close to the paper and I just splodged it. Oopsie. I think we should be going this way. So we said shoulder here, it goes down to the elbow, actually shoulder up to here. Had one sketchbook done with those kinds. Oh, you had a themed sketchbook. I often have sketchbooks that don't have a theme and they go all over the place. They're all over the place. I only have one that I started recently that only has, you know, kind of close-up male portraits and all pencil. But other than that, the others are a mess. I could show you like this one. Like there's so much random kind of crap, and some of them are better than others. Like I was testing Vi and I had also a whiteout because I messed up massively. So I had the eyes right, and then the mouth was like completely in another world. I was like, okay, I'm gonna do a whiteout. This one was like completely messed up, but it was like just loosening and getting familiar with her facial features. But it's just like directly in ink, so it's like, yeah, you make it up right. This was another Vi test, but in pencil. Then got stuff from mangas, and like I have all sorts of stuff in there. And I got like, at some point it was like, I need to practice hair, and there was like hair all over the place. It's like there's so much different stuff, and I have like some chibis as well. What else do I have here? I should probably zoom out as well. Yeah, I was also testing some random bits of paint that I've ordered stuff and I just use it on whatever page I have. Yeah, this is like a journey of discovery in Maria's brain. Like this chibi had was waiting for a dentist appointment. Mine's case, right? Yeah. So what else we have here? Oh, other chibis, like all sorts of chibis. This was like the chibi face, like with different expressions and stuff like that. I have this other one. It was like pre-chibi was, oh, this you can barely see what it is. There's like another kind of manga, get the wrong angles right, but they were all wrong. And I was like, okay, fine. Just need to live with it. And sometimes it just like block it out. It's like, okay, I don't want to see the wrong part. I just want to see what worked. yeah, all sorts of bits, like pen drawings. And, yeah, what else we have here? Or another chibi page, and it's like the same one done over and 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 over. Oh, for frog's sake. Need to monitor, to moderate this message. Just bear with me 1 sec. If I can find the right place. Bear with me. Yeah, damn bots. Timeout, no, ban. Bye. Okay, done. So where were we? We were doing a bit of journey into Maria's brain. So other chibis. These are just ink, mostly ink. Yeah, my brain's just not right. It's like the same eyes over and over just to get them right. Yeah, drawing in ink is one of my favorite things to do. Like, some are more successful than others. Some are completely freaking off. But at the same time, it's forcing me to not be too precious. Like, even if it's like completely messed up, it's like you live with it. It's not that you can change it. And it's like testing also different type of paints or of ink and stuff like that. Yeah, ink is the best. And also changing from fountain pen to fine liner to brush, like brush pens are among my favorites. I have one from Pentel that I really love to use, especially when it's about to run out of ink, because it allows me to not have like a massive blob of ink like every time I touch the paper, but it's like more diluted. And it's like, yeah, try to get the proportions right for like manga drawings, but it's so difficult to do directly in ink when you're not used to do it. And it's like, yeah, keep doing the same thing over and over, right? Yeah, I say, like, you messed up, it's like, yeah, cover it with hair, why not? It's like, yeah. So this was like an unforeseen journey that I haven't planned to do on stream, but yeah, I think it gives the idea of what's behind an artist's journey. Like, you have so many things that you mess up and you just have wrong, that you never show, and then eventually, like, they pile up and they constitute your skill set. Yeah, these were, I don't know if you've ever heard of a guy that is on Instagram. He's called Fact and Fine Liners, and he started doing, like, he does like mainly animal drawings and stuff like that, and he explains facts about animals while he draws, and it's so fascinating. And there was a session done with the, I think, Royal Academy of London of Art, and they were doing like this sort of like, oh well, you can't see them, but yeah, like a figure drawing session, but with a warm-up first, like just getting your hand loose with random marks. Yeah, they had a live kind of live birds in the room with him, so we were doing like all sorts of tests and sketches without having like a still photo to sketch from. Now, this was one of my favorite exercises, and it's good that you can put up like one of the wide, like, live cameras, like, you know, the kind of the sanctuaries, and like some are more successful than others. You can put on the kind of the sanctuaries live cams, and you can just go at it and just sketch away. And this is like, it was the random, I think it was like when I bought the fine liners, and I was just doing like different patterns and textures and stuff like that, like feathers and petals, leaves, ribbons, all sorts of things. Flowers, yeah, there's all bits. Oh, but these are little fishes. You can see it's like, yeah, like a school of fish. Like the random horses, which are always part of my sketchbooks, almost always. And these are all ink. And this is ink as well. This was my urban phase, and is of course an incomplete piece because I start something and then run out of juice and then forget about it and move on. So that can happen quite often. So I started doing this, I think it was a pub front. And I think this is a ballpoint pen. And then I just left it half good. Oh, this is one of like a weasel face, sort of. So yeah, this is like the nice drawing, but it's preceded by the uglier drawings of the scene. So oh, this is from Aaron Blaze Bear course. Yeah, this guy had a long face, but some others came out a bit better. What else we have? Oh, this is the other weasel page. Oh, this was with the big pen. I had ordered different types, so I have the extra fine, the crystal extra fine, which was smudgy, and I sent it back because it was leaving these drops of ink, something like that, and it wasn't my favorite, so it's like, okay, you go back. And this is the big original at the bottom, which didn't smudge, so I kept it. Oh, this is a rare pencil sketch. Always, like I said, same as weasels. And this is bear, so I was alternating between two subjects. What else we have? Oh, there's also the reverse, which of course you can't really see. Yuck. Bear with me. I don't think you can see it. Well, there's other bears. The weasel and bear faces peak, yeah. There's you never know what can come out of my sketchbooks, to be honest. It's like, oh, this is other animals. Oh, you can't see them, damn it. I think this was a buffalo or a bison. I think, well, you can barely distinguish it. It could be anything. It's like a fox with a head in the snow. And then some reverse owls. I won't turn it around because it's too... There's other bears, other critters and elk and stuff like that. Birds. And there's like a Senshi from Delicious in Dungeon. I don't know if you can see it. Ugh, I hate this paper. It's so reflective. Yeah, this was like the first page, so yeah. I do like this type of sketchbooks because they're not kind of precious paper, so even if you mess up, you don't really care much. And yeah, there's it allows you to do several things. So like I said, you don't start thinking, oh, this is like, if it mess up, I guess, you know, the other types of sketchbooks, the one that are like sewn in and they don't have like a let out. So if you mess up and you tear a page, you might mess up other pages because they're all one. I don't know what it's called, but it's like when it's a double page and they're folded and they're sewn together. Those are my least favorite because my apprehensive brain goes into I can't mess up type of thing, so I don't use them. Or don't use them often enough. But my favorites, above all, are the spiral bound. Because if you want to keep something on the side, you can remove it from the block and just put it where you want it, or give it to someone. At the same time, if you mess up and the page disappears, nobody will be counting the pages. It's like a part of my preferences. I tend to buy sketchbooks from one company here in the UK, and they're like, the paper is made here, etc. I really, really like them. And there are some that people swear by, and they are also more expensive, which I really don't enjoy. And I end up using them for swatching, which might feel ridiculous to people. But yeah, one of them, I have it here. Like the one that I was doing the swatches for Vi. This is what this guy. This is a Stillman and Burn, yeah. And people do love it. And it's like, oh, I would always use that, blah, blah, blah. I can't use it. I don't know. It doesn't do it for me. Maybe it's the way I apply paint. Not sure. But I'm not a fan. Like, it doesn't work for me. So yeah, back to the grind, after this discovery journey of Maria's brain and what brings us to here. But yeah, I could do like a dedicated sketchbook tour stream. Just get a block of sketchbooks and just go to town. Yeah, thanks for sharing. Oh, my pleasure. I hope I didn't bore you. Like, it wasn't boring, or it wasn't like too ugly to see. Because there was so many things that were almost unlookable. But yeah, I think that should be more accentuated and more what's the word? Broadcasted in a sense, meaning that people should show more what brings them to do the final pieces rather than just the final pieces. Especially in this day and age, where at a click of a button you can have like a full rendered piece with a flipping AI shenanigans. So the process and the struggle that brings someone to the final pieces should have more relevance than just AI slop. It's fun to see the progress. I'm glad you did enjoy it, so thank you for appreciating. Yeah, and if in the meantime anyone has joined the chat, I might just drop a little about in case you were wondering who I am, where I come from, and where I'm going. There you have it. So yeah, I'm just a self-taught lunatic who's trying to make art as her full-time activity while having a full-time job and having to balance the things together. And I'm a complete noob at streaming, so I might mess up wildly. So bear with me while I learn. Gosh, that was a rambling session. I might grab a sip of water. Just bear with me. Yeah, there's tons of people that sell themselves as being some sort of magicians. It's like, oh yeah, effortlessly I can do this and that and blah, blah, blah. But if they got to that point, they started somewhere that wasn't effortless. And sharing that part of the journey, I think it would encourage more people to try and draw because drawing is not a talent, it's a skill. It's like going to the gym. It's not that you lift 300 pounds in like the first session. You get there with constant training and progression. It's not like a one-day journey. So even if it's effortless to lift 50 pounds, it's just that you got to that point. It's not you were born lifting weights. And art is the same. So yeah, the progress and the process, if it was shared more, it would encourage more people to embrace their artistic and creative side. Because even abstract art might allow people to express themselves or express their emotions in a way that they hadn't really thought possible or have tried doing. But since they have this conception that if you don't know how to draw and if you don't have a masterpiece when you put your pencil down, and then you shouldn't even try, that hinders any possibility. Yeah, ramble over. I'm just saying what I felt while I was reapproaching art after a long time, because I always felt that it wasn't I wasn't good enough for that. Or my skills weren't, like my talent wasn't up to par to other people. So I would just say like, well, it's just something that it might remain in my to-do list, or in my want to-do list in my private life without showing anyone. But then, hey, I started streaming. Can you see what I'm doing? Yeah, I think I zoomed out a little. Never know till you try. Indeedio. Never know it until you try. Zoom, don't betray me. Focus, don't betray me. Okay, cool. And another thing that I think doesn't quite work is the kind of school aspect or the teaching aspect of art. Because even in school is like a secondary subject, is not taken seriously, is not pretty much ever proposed as a career path. So people, like young people, grow up thinking that is not even viable as an option. Or they have the wrong teachers and they don't transmit the love for art. In a way that then sticks to the young adults growing into their adult selves. I have a few gripes with the way teachers are selected. I hope my hand is not too much in the way. Okay, so this is my elbow. Sometimes I need to recenter myself and to find my landmarks. It's like, okay, I got this joint and this limb. Especially when doing fur and it has a different direction depending on where like what it belongs to. So I try not to go completely random. Might be not the prettiest of animals, but definitely has an interesting face. Oh, before I forget again, Asakura, did I mention to you the anime, I think it's called The Daughter of the Demon King is Too Kind? If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it. It's so cute, it's so funny. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, sorry. I know my memory. I should just take notes when I'm streaming. It's like, okay, I mentioned this. I feel like I'm losing my plot. But yeah, it is so cute. I haven't gone like it is a simulcast, so I think it's only got to episode 6. But it is very funny. And the progression on Spy Family as well is going. So I got to season 2 now. I love Anya to bits. Have you watched it? Have you watched the Spy Family? Is it new? Yeah, the Daughter of the Demon King is new. As far as I know, at least. On Crunchyroll is coming out now. I might give it a try. Coco. Let me know what you think if you do. I'm curious. I'm making this guy hairier than it is. Or furrier, rather. They should be receding. Spy Family, not yet. Highly recommended. That is hilarious. You'll fall in love with one of the main characters. And also the music, like the soundtrack is very, very catchy, very groovy, very bass heavy. Love it. This arm is too thick. Thin it down, thin it down. Yeah, my proportions are off, I know. I think we have an ad starting in 2 minutes. Once that starts, I might go and refill my water, so you're not gonna miss anything. Not at this high pace progression, so even if you did miss a couple of minutes, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Super flat. Waste your time. Super flat. Don't waste your time. Okay, gotta hop out now. Cool. Thank you so much for stopping by and for the nice chat. As always, good company. Gonna give you another shout out. And so I'm gonna get it right. Let's see if it works. It did. So thanks again for stopping by, and I will see you next time. Bye for now. Yeah. Should be. Bye. I don't know if the ads started. Let me pop on the other side to see how it's going. Don't waste your time. Just in case they start. Reference on. And I think I have forgotten one major thing, which was starting the copyright-free music for the VOD and YouTube. Sorry about that. That's my bad. Let me put some hip-hop beats. Okay, it should be going now. Let me quickly check that things are working. Yeah, I think everything is in good shape. Cool, where were we? Oh, I think we're still in ads break. Let me spritz some more water on this yellow, which is drying out. Also the white. Oh, good. Long fingers. We are one. We are one. This is okay. Just need to thin it out a tiny bit. I think my voice is a bit low. It's so tricky. Okay, I think we should be back from ads. I was just saying that it's really tricky to sketch directly in ink, getting the proportions right, get the right direction of the fur. So I'm challenging myself to do all of these things in one go. So yeah, if anyone is new, welcome to the stream. And welcome to the grind. Things that artists do behind the scenes don't show enough. Everything is part of the journey. I hope the music is of your taste. Definitely is mine. It keeps me going. I think I'll get this shoulder covered and finish the hand. Maybe hint the branch, and then I'll be swapping to gouache. I believe that will be the plan ahead. So it's 6:30, so I'd say by 7 I should be on gouache. Also because my eyes are about to give with all these teeny tiny bits of fur. And I need to get my eyes on something else. This definitely classifies as valid practice for today. That's low. Walking on it, and the days are done. You don't have to worry. You don't have to cry. You don't have a care. and change your pace. This playlist is a roller coaster. Keep on. Working man blues. There's another town, keep on working. So we're at 6/6. I'm on track for the switcheroo. Splam. Ooh, I like this one. Oh crap, I think the Spotify thingy-bob wasn't updating all this time. I hate it. I really hate when it does it. If anyone has any questions, just feel free to add them in chat. gonna add a little about on the YouTube side as well, just in case anyone was wondering. I need to add it here because I've popped up the chat. And for some reason it's not allowing me to write in chat at all. That's good. Interesting. I think it's the length of the message. Got it. Just bear with me 1 second. Let me do this and then do that. I need to break it down into 3 separate messages. There you go. So you have a little bit more an idea of what I'm doing. So just sharing the progress and getting some drawing mileage under my belt. Not long now, not long. Gonna just get some fur on this patch and then call it. I think I've made a boo-boo here because this should have been slightly wider. But hey, this guy has a more pronounced elbow. I think the tip of the pen was turned the other way, so I was getting much larger marks than I wanted. It looks fairly straight, but when it's on paper it does leave different marks depending on which side the marker is on. This is still shoulder, 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 shoulder. I made this tamarind look a bit scruffier. Sorry, buddy. Didn't mean to. Ah, nice song. Bit of a wood, wannabe wood-like texture. And I'm placing marks on all the other pages after this. Fantastic. Get away. By the hand. I'm gonna probably leave it at this. I've run out of tamarind juice, which is the name of this animal. Not that I squeezed it. But when I get tired, or my hands get tired, the marks on the page start not being right. And it's very easy to mess up at this point. Foreshortened fur is tough. It's tuft. Sorry, I'll just shut up. I found it funny, a little bit. I should have like a soundboard for my fantastic jokes. Or change the category to comedy. I should have a chat with myself, because I'm saying that I need to leave it and then I get caught up into trying to get the leg right. Enough. Maria, leave it. Yeah, leave it. I need a wood spritz. I should spritz myself like Caesar Milan. Psst, psst, psst. Yeah, I'm losing track of where I am, which values should be going where. Generally speaking, this is too light anyway. The side should be a bit darker. I'm gonna just quickly give it a value down. Devalue, you have been devalued. Shall we call it? I think we should. Okay, I think I've reached my point of no return. So, teeny tiny guy is momentarily done. Next, I'm gonna move to Vi. So, gonna get a little stretch in just to get my neck back. This guy was furry. Every tiny bit was drawn in. Everything that I could put in. A little teeny zoomy zoom. Focus. Yeah. I might leave it as is for a second. I'm gonna be right back. Just need to have a teeny tiny water break and I'll be right back. And I'm back. All right, so let's say goodbye to our little fellow, also the other companion. And let's swap gear. So I got a test whip, and I need to pull the zoom back. Put the cookie down. I'm gonna leave it like this. If it agrees, do you agree, Zoom? To stay put? No, it didn't. Frogger. And stay. Focus. Done. Oh, I need to change the reference because now we're not furring about. We're back on by. Okay, so about this one. Second practice piece to learn how to use gouache. First one was Jinx, which you might have seen in previous streams if you were here. And it looked like, turn the page, look like this. And now I'm moving on to the next one. I'm probably not gonna be super precious because the idea is that this is not the final piece, also because the proportions are off. I brought it into Krita and I was checking against the original, and I have found out that my single elements are pretty alright in terms of proportion, but the distance between eyes and nose and mouth are too wide, like too big now, like in the physical piece. So the decision needs to be between leaving it as is and using this as a test coloring piece, also because I'm too close to the left side and I didn't get the whole of her hair, of Vi's hair on the left side, and I've got all these proportion issues, so I might just use this as a test piece and then do another one with better proportions. Or if I run out of enthusiasm and this is decent enough, I might use this as a final piece. We'll have a look and see how it goes. All right, so I'm gonna get her eyes in. Let me also change the reference because I still have Tamarin on the screen. Not what we want. Okay, got our eye. We should be able to get going. In case anyone has only chat only mode, let me notify that I'm back. Let me see if things are working on all sides. Okay, we've got this covered. And I need to add a marker to the stream. Where is it? I'm sure I had it as a quick action. Anyway, we'll live with without. I don't think I have it now. Oh, I just put it back. Clickety click. Let's go. Okay, so I have some blue already mixed, so I can seize the chance to get her eyes in first. And I have my precious swatch on the right side. I had tested her eyes color and it's roughly around this guy. Also, I need my faithful scrapbook paper to test the colors. Let me check how long have I been going already. Two hours and 15 minutes. Like it's nothing. Okay, so might have forgotten to plug in the light power supply. Bear with me. We should be in business. All right, all right, all right. Like Matthew McConaughey will say. Sorry for the creaky noises, but I have a stool on my left, and the moment I move and I change the weight of my foot, it creaks and squeaks. I might reuse the color that I already have. You can see on screen, yes, on the left side. Cool. I managed to frame it. Okay, let me check. Scrap a paper. Let me do it here. Okay, got my. I might have run out of paint a little bit too much. Also need a towel. Towel ready. What you gonna do? Might be a bit too dark. Too watery. What you gonna do? Just getting some more gouache practice in that I really need. I think this could work for the eyebrows. Might be a little thin, but it's the only thing that I need to do with this color. Let's grab a paper. Yeah, it's brown enough. This needs to be, gonna bring it to the right a little bit more. This will be lighter on the right side. There's a scar here. I wanted to go over this again when I get the skin tone done, so I'm gonna start just blocking in. Might do some tweaks here and there, because I was doing some tests in digital, checking how much I've missed the proportions, because this is not traced by any means, as you can see. So I was just checking where my landmarks are, so eyes, distances and sizes, with nose and mouth, etc. And I could definitely see that I have missed the mark. So this eye should be a lot more closed, more narrower. So I might make an attempt when I do the inner part of the eye to reduce it a little bit. I don't know. It's a test. This might be a good way to muddy up this orange. I'm treating it more like a watercolor at the moment. Everything is super thin. Sisters and my brothers, sisters, brothers, doesn't look like much at the moment, but it'll get better. Even though it might not be the thickest paint, I've used the same mix that I would use for the final piece, so this is still useful. everything would be just darker and more opaque. I don't know if I'm too zoomed out. Oh well, you should do anyway. Sisters and my brother sing like no other. Oh, my baby comes. Sing like no other. It looks very desaturated on the screen, on the stream. Might give it a little zhuzh. Might be too much zhuzh. Smoking out the window. Could you do this to me? Wax on, wax off. Add a little more of this and a little bit of that, trying to neutralize it slightly. Still looks like crap on stream. I don't know why, it looks very desaturated. I think there should be ads starting soon. Since we have ads, I might get the chance to mix my white. Where's Squidgy? Luigi the Squidgy. I lost it. Where did it go? I lost my squeegee. I need to grab another one. Actually, I might grab some more paint, some more white, because this is not nearly enough. and it's all separated. I forgot to hover on the Spotify thingy bob. They did an update for another, I don't know, 2 hours. Oops. Too many things to keep in mind, really. Too many technical glitches. I should add the command so people can let me know that the Spotify is stuck. Gonna leave it here. Give it a little rinse. Rinse. Ads should be finishing in 10 seconds. Looks so dark. Well, against white, of course. Now that I put the skin tone, it's gonna look more normal. Actually, I might start giving the skin tone a quick wipe, a quick blanket layer. That might be a bit of a problem because I have the other palette with some skin tones on. I'm gonna do a little cleanup here and have this as a skin tone area, even though I have some here as well. Everything is skin tone. Also, I might need a touch of quinacridone magenta. Where was I? Was here. Decisions. Because I don't have nearly enough paint on the extra palette anyway. So at this point, I might just grab and seize the chance to do a little reshuffle. This is a muddy color anyway, so I can re-muddy a similar color anytime. Let me just get rid of this as well. Let's say up to here will be skin tone. Let's give it a little wipe. crystal clear. So since I'm re-mixing it, shall I do it fresh on the palette directly? If only I could re-thread the cap on this bloody tube. And my hands are dirty now. We got to that stage. Dab of brown. Not too much because I don't want to end up like last time. Then I'll grab a teeny bit of, ooh, love this song. Love anymore, I can't forget. Be the same again. Might have gone a bit too pink. That's true. Can't forget I don't love anymore. Can't forget it, there will never be the same again. Can't forget it. I'll start testing this on my piece of scrap paper because I have the strong feeling that this is gonna dry darker. Oh, the smell of the binder is strong. I think the white is the strongest odor, or the strongest stink. Yeah, this is too dark. Forget that will never be the same again. Forget it. Can't forget it, there will never be the same again. I might add it, I might put it down very diluted just to see if I can avoid having like a thick layer like last time. Might need to add more white though. This is not going to be enough. Wild side. Take a walk on the wild side. Just increase the volume slightly. Yeah, this is the color that how it dried, and it looks less saturated on camera than it is in real life. So let me add some on the side with the extra white. Let's see if that, I won't say fixed it, but made it more manageable, more usable. Plus it's gonna look weird at the beginning, regardless of what I do, because it's just one color, and then when I add the neighboring colors, it should look a bit better. Squidgy, you've been very useful today as well. Not this one. Gonna see if I can just put down some mid-tone here, 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 and here. I think I made it too pink. But hey, gonna start blanketing and let's see where we get. Get some rush going. This will fade. fade to light. It's going to be slightly darker here, but I'm going to add more layers on top. I don't know if you can hear me okay. I think my mic has just gone too low. You can see in real time how color shift happens. Is quite wild. Actually, should have been up here, not too far. I'm gonna go over this color for like 5,000 times, so not a problem. Let's not forget this time to add some color to the ear. Nice dip. There was an advertisement in Italy in the 80s, around the 80s, something like that. I would make it was for brushes, right? For brushes, a brand of brushes, but not like fine art brushes, like house renovation brushes. And they will make a joke of a guy that was going around town on a bicycle with a huge, like a ginormous brush, and a policeman stops him and say, "Where you going?" And he says, "I have a big wall, I need a big brush." And the policeman replies, "You don't need a big brush, you need a great brush." And then he pulls out one of these brand brushes. It was quite funny. And this is the biggest brush that I can use to not fall into the trap of worrying about details too soon. Hill areas. Okay. And even this guy, like this color, is drying a lot darker than I'm putting it down. Oops, there was a bit too much sloshing. It's a bit dead, this color. I made it too desaturated. generation. My generation, baby. Fade away. Oops, sorry. I just tapped the microphone. My bad. My bad. Fade away. My generation, baby. Might be a bit too zoomed out. Hold on. This might do. Focus. Perfect. My generation. I should have a touch more orange in this color. Ooh, that's very desaturated. It's so easy to get it wrong. Casa mia, tu sei più mia. Even just blocking out some colors just to get an idea of, and I fucked up. Well done! To get an idea of which values go where. Could have been worse. I know it doesn't look like much now, but it will get better once I start blending. Right. Okay, yes. They are working. Let me try not to get my sweater more rainbow than it is. Looks a bit like a paint by color, paint by number. Pre-blending. I should start from the right side, and I never do. Maybe just made a sound. another galaxy. Just oh, I think my hand is right in the way. Send me in the outer space, wanna see your pretty face. The galaxy. Do, 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 do. When I see your pretty face, da da da. From another galaxy. Nothing new under the sun. Can't remember if I put some mid value here. Is it the same color? Can't be. Let's see when it dries. Go. focus mode is on. Also because blending in gouache is no joke. Now I need to go over these darker values again. All darker values, not just the one on the left. I'm getting a little hungry, which is not good. I might need another towel. This is soaked and full of paint. I'm gonna be right back. And I'm back. Since I was too close to the kitchen, I grabbed myself a little treat. Don't know if you know what is chocolate. I was running out of blood sugars. I'm gonna put the other two here. Oops. But it's nice with, it goes with the hair. I should do like a collage. Mixed media type of approach. Okay, you go out to dry. Nice and fresh towel. All right. My neck is screaming. Okay, I need darker values. Here, 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 here. Oh, I haven't put any dark here. Okay. Yeah, wrong part. Let's see if they... What was it? Oh, I can't remember. No, I think it was a counter, so I needed to do... Well, I'll just look it up. I set myself some counters when I get into the wrong part. This might be a bit too dark, but I'm just gonna lightly tab. Oh, I love this song. Blending towards the right is so difficult. Wax on, wax off. We should have an outbreak in 3 minutes. And I will gladly seize the chance to stretch my neck. Before I end up completely blocked off with a stiff neck. I do not want that. Actually, I might swap the playlist in the meantime, like while the ads are on. So there is one extra thing that I can do while you're away. You're adding away. Where was I going with this? The sides of the nose. Need a little definition. Bit much. Also, it is desaturated, so I'm gonna go over this most likely. Wrong pot again. I think ads should be starting now. So I'm gonna do a little stretch. How long have I been going? Three hours and a half. Okay. I forgot to keep stretching. I have the feeling that I need to move the mic somewhere else or increase the gain or something. I still have 30 seconds. And we should be back from ads. pot. I might use this muddy dark color, just adding some life to it. Oh, this song is so good. I think I have a patch of white here that is messing up with my mix. I gotta put a spell on you. Let's see what color this is when it dries. So diluted, wow. Bada, bada, bada. Come on, dry. One sec. Definitely need some deeper values for sure. Much better, yeah. This color will do. My blending is still shite, but hey, you can't have everything. This might be too dark for this area. My voice is completely gone. I like this side as well. When I'm lost at sea. Yeah, this color I think is much better because it's a bit more saturated. It's more towards brown. It has more blood into it. I think my Spotify thingy bob is yeah, oh well. I just need to remind myself to hover on the Spotify panel, minimized blob. Re-blocking the dark colors again. Step in into your light again. Into your light. Again. Into your light. To your light. To your light. Pre-blended is so ugly. It gets better once I blend it, but the first bit is yuck. Oh, hello. Is it chrysalism? Welcome, welcome. This just makes me remember that Arcane makes such good references. Indeedio. Arcane, I could stop at any point in Arcane and find something that is worth portraying. So you're a fan of the show as well? Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I loved it. I know it seems a bit broad, but it summarizes my impression on the show. I love the environment as well. There's another thing that I wanted to make a fan piece of or integrate into my paintings. God, it's so good. Like every environment is so well thought, well designed. Yeah, it's really cool to see how Arcane stylizes the face. Yeah, I'm doing a piss poor job at representing that, but yeah, they're doing a great job. So sorry if this offends your appreciation of the show, but yeah, I love it. Yeah, I don't think this is the first time I see you in chat. So I have, before this, I've done Jinx as well on the previous page. So I can show you quickly without dying. This was my Jinx piece. Another just gouache practice. And now it's Vi's turn. I know I got all the proportions wrong, but in theory, this should be a practice piece before I tackle the actual final painting, unless I manage to fix this enough. We'll have to wait and see. Do you have a favorite character or a favorite environment from the series? What did you do that thing to me? Did you do that thing to me? Not that comes straight to mind. Fair enough. I don't have one specifically. So it's totally fair not to have one. Just that I was curious. Like one of the previous streams, I had the Arcane soundtrack on, but it was too sad and I was too emotional, so I had to like just do one round instead of leaving it looping, because I love it, but it's like it keeps me too much on my toes emotion wise. So my non-English brain just stuttered. It's a bit hard doing fan art because of course fans are very attached to the characters and the original features. So if anything is off, you feel like you're doing a disservice to the show. A bit like what happened to Sonic when they presented the first trailer. Like the live action, I mean. That didn't go well. Oh, wrong part. I disagree, though, to be honest. There is some minimum standard for fan art. I'm glad you think that way. It makes me less cautious of showing what I do in terms of fan art. So, thank you. Because of course there are many ways I could get it like a one-to-one with the original. But I decided to just draw it without tracing and eyeball the colors, which, well, you can't color pick in traditional bio. It's like my interpretation of Vi. Like, of course, there's ways to improve, but that should only be for your own purposes. Indeed, indeed. That is what I'm doing. Like the more practice pieces I do and I make, the more I can improve and make better ones on the next run. That's the idea. Do you draw or paint as well, Chrysalism? Yeah, cool. What you do? I'm curious. If you have any links, I can give you permission to add links. Just bear with me one sec. I think it's this way. Otherwise, you can send me a whisper if this doesn't work. Okay, cool. Yeah, it seemed to have worked. I got into oil painting recently. I've never tried oil painting, but I hear it's quite demanding. There's a lot of management and handling that you need to take into account. Feel free to post your, I don't know, Instagram or wherever, if you want, of course. Don't feel pressured if you don't want to share. I don't run social media accounts. Honestly, that's a good idea. Yeah, what, like, if you don't mind me asking, what type of subjects do you like to portray? I do also digital though. Okay, that's cool. Is good to have more than one skill set. They overlap, but they're not the same. I think the light balance is a bit off on the camera, but yeah, whatever. Oil is demanding in the sense that you need to be aware of some health and safety if you use certain paints and solvents. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And it's quite a biggie. But it's also easy to work with because the slow drying of the paint lets you spend more time mixing and checking color accuracy. That is something that I would appreciate massively because gouache is the opposite. And also, I think the in oils, correct me if I'm wrong, the colors that you have when they're wet, they're pretty much the same when they dry. I'm asking because gouache is kind of the opposite, because the moment you put it down, you don't know where it's gonna dry as, and you need to constantly do like swatches and have like scraps of paper with a tester. That is. Yeah, most of the time there's some solvents that might result in some yellowing, but I don't really think about swatching. It's upside down. That's what I've been painting last week. Maybe the permission to post links has expired. Let me just give you the permission to post links again. Oh, if only I could spell. Lol, sorry, my brain just died. Okay, now Streamlabs is saying that you have permission to post a link. I'm sorry that you had to do it like 3 times. it's still showing as asterisks. I don't know if I need to allow it from another place, like the moderation window, which I can't find. Interesting. Well, if you don't mind, you could send me a whisper with the link. That should work, regardless of permission, let's say. I sent you a whisper, so you, like, if you like, you can click on it and reply if it's easier. I tried sending DM. Okay. Oh, got it. Discord. Oh, that's lovely. That's really, really, really good. Love it. Thank you for sending it. I really appreciate it. I never get tired of discovering new talents to me, not new talents in general, but new talents to me. So always on the lookout for more inspiration and people to connect with. I think cross support in the art community, I think, is vital and is undervalued. Okay, I'm still very new to painting traditionally, so I'm learning how to best use the media. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to best manage paint thickness. You are preaching to the choir. Is exactly what I'm doing here. I don't usually paint in gouache, and this is me stumble into errors and possible fixes. Wrong pot. Like, very often I find myself not having a thick enough paint in gouache, and I treat it like it was watercolor, which I know is wrong, but it's my way of using it. I've been using linseed oil to dilute the paints to make it thinner and improve the flow of paint, which is how you can layer paint on top of each other. Yeah, I just know roughly the theory of oil painting, but I don't I don't know how difficult it, not how difficult, how like how it is in practice, let's say. Because I'm self-taught, and oils were not something that I've never kind of invested in. I can see that is the only type of art supply that I don't own, that I don't collect, let's say. Oh, this is the dead color that I had before. Well, it's a bit deadish. It's a bit desaturated. I like this song, but I might skip it. And of course, the Spotify widget was not updating. How long have you been painting for? In general, I've been on and off painting for, I would say, the last 4 years, like since the pandemic, most more or less. Like I've been dabbling before then, but like just during like the Christmas holidays, summer holidays, like a couple of days, and then it was that. But then during the pandemic, I started doing it more frequently and with more consistency. So I would say that that counts as my actual starting point. How long have you been painting? Oil paintings is still new. Digital art for 10 years on and off. Oh, that's a long time. Yeah, I had a digital art, let's say, bracket around, oh God, it's like 20 years ago. Yeah, around 2005, I was doing some like digital paintings in Photoshop, but nothing, let's say nothing decent. Like I started studying a bit more just recently. I've only done 4 oil paintings so far. Well, given how much time they take to make, is still an achievement, like in the short amount of time that you've been painting in that medium. like 1 3-hour study yesterday. I started a small painting for 2 hours, also did another 2-hour casual paint without a set reference. Then the one I sent you, I spent most time on, maybe around 8 hours in total. That's some solid effort. Well done. It does take willpower to stick to something, especially when it's something new. Excluding cleanup time, of course. That is a different counter. I think this is the first time a traditional art medium has clicked for me. I'm glad. It's always good to find your jam, to know that someone has found their jam. This is way too pink, but I'm gonna go over it most likely. Oh, frog. Was out of frame, sorry. Like, that is the professionalism. What I'm missing, chat. Watercolors and gouache are nice, but never really got like lost in a painting for hours at a time. That is a good thing about every hobby. There is like a niche or a section of it that you can find yourself in, and is a personal preference. It's good that we have a different things that click to different people. I don't think there is one medium that is better than the others. It could also be my understanding of painting has just improved though, so since I last did traditional for a long time. True, that could be also be part of your enjoyment of the medium. Yeah, it all has different challenges, for sure. And also different mediums are sometimes better suited for different subjects, or they give different feel when you portray different subjects. Like when you do well, which I don't do, like very like there are some landscapes, for example, that you can do in watercolor with like waterscapes more than landscapes. They have a different feel than if you used gouache, for example. There is one artist that I absolutely adore, and it's John Singer Sargent. And when you look at his watercolors, they're just so vibrant and so, I don't know, vivid. It gives you the impression that you're there, like where yeah, it transports you. But if I did the same, like even in watercolor, it wouldn't work, because if I didn't leave the right amount of white spaces, it would be like dead in the water. Like, I view watercolor gouache as having a major advantage for travel and portability. True, true. Oil painting gives you a lot of ability for color accuracy and blendability, but stuff like drying time and the use of medium solvent makes it hard to bring around. I agree. That is partially why I like to vary the media that I work with, or like circumstances brought me to try different media that are more suitable for different settings. Like a teeny tiny watercolor set that is like, I don't know, 5 by 5 centimeters. You could bring it anywhere with you, and any blip of water would allow you to paint wherever you are. Can't do that with oils. Yeah, John Singer Sargent, the painter I did my first ever study of. Well, glad to hear that we're on the same wavelength. Now, I've also seen watercolor artists who have been able to get a lot of vibrancy and saturation in their paints, which is insane. Yeah. I really admire that. There's also another artist that I like the works of, and he's Alvaro Castañé. And he does watercolor, and the fact is that you need to know your onions. Like, you need to know how much water, how much pigment, how much dampness in the paper. Like, balancing all these bits make a difference. Also, Thomas Schaller, I think is the name of the other artist that I absolutely adore, but my memory is shite. So yeah, if you know what you're doing with watercolor, you can do some amazing things that other mediums don't give you. Like the way the pigment travels in the water and into the paper, like along the paper, is just something that you can't have in any other medium. Right, still though, I feel like watercolors tend to bleed very easily if you're not careful, which is why it's so impressive whenever you look at these artists. I agree. You find me right there. Well, that comes with what I was saying at the beginning of the stream with another friend that was in chat. And we were talking about the fact that artists tend to show their completed pieces, but not as much as the process, or the kind of the not the failures, but the stumbles and the things that don't come out quite right, but are the ones that allow you to grow as an artist, and everything that is behind. And that is fundamental, like, is not skippable to get to the point where those like watercolor artists that we were mentioning kind of get to. You need to spend countless hours going through many trial and errors. It's also a matter of personality, I find, because if you're an overthinker and you need to be decisive to hit the nail on the head when is the right time, and you overthink it and you delay and you mess up the timing, you're more susceptible to failure when you're depending on a medium that dries very fast, for example. Do I talk from experience? Maybe, maybe not. And I have to say, it does get even trickier when you're trying to stream at the same time. So you need to handle even more things on top of checking kind of the moisture balance. Yeah, speaking of moisture, I lost all the moisture in this paint. Like, I don't have many artistic people in my real life, so finding people on stream, like on Twitch, now that I started streaming, is very, very pleasant, because I get to talk about topics that I pretty much never talk about in real life. And I also have the tendency of getting quite emotional, so bear with me while my voice is a bit cracked. My neck is asking for mercy. There's no reason to apologize. Yeah, I know, it's just I'm a bit self-conscious. I don't know if that is the right term, but yeah, I think that is what's going on. It's not some great wrong you've done. Yeah, I would say that is like over apologizing is kind of a trait of my personality. So yeah. But yeah, glad to know that you think that is not something to apologize for. Also, I don't know about how well gouache layers corrects itself, but I think another advantage of oil paint is that you can always just paint over your mistakes. Gouache allows you to do that to a certain extent, but since it reactivates with moisture, the moment you lay paint on top, the layers underneath get activated again. So it starts mixing and blending. So especially if you're trying to get a vivid color or a saturated color, you might end up with muddy colors instead. So you can do it, but to a certain extent, if that makes sense. I see, that's interesting. Yeah, it's definitely more forgiving than watercolor. In watercolor, if you have messed up, especially when you're using staining colors, you're done for. There's not much correction you can do there, especially when it's a matter of light colors that you lost and then it's over, like you can't get it back. Yeah, that's what I heard about gouache over watercolor, with the ability to paint over your colors sometimes. Yeah. I'm still a bit crap at blending gouache as well. I was trying to do some like proper blending for the background of my previous piece, but that didn't quite, well, it did work, but of course when you have other bits and pieces in the front, you can't go over it again to reblend it, and so you're a bit screwed. One thing that I'm finding myself doing is testing things in digital before I bring them to traditional media. So last time I had some ideas for the background for Jinx. I didn't know what to go for, and I didn't know what I could pull off. So I tested a couple of ideas in Krita. And then I did a test painting of just the background and saw that one of the options that I had in mind was not feasible because it implied kind of too much precision that I don't quite have. So I just opted for another background instead. I think there's ads starting in a couple of minutes. I might just get stretching because my neck is asking for mercy. I feel that. Yeah. Also, it might not be long before I call it a day. I think I've been streaming for like 4 hours, something like that. And I reached my limit. .5, Jiminy Crickets. Yeah, that's a long time for me. Thank you for the info that I didn't have handy. Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Very, very kind. I'm still a humble newbie, so thank you for the support. Let me just add the command chat. And I'm gonna stretch my neck while the ads are on. Let's see if I can manage to stretch the stream as well. See you on the other side. If it starts now, I can never rely on the notification. feel there would be advice I might be able to give, but I don't know how applicable that is for gouache, because it could very much just be a limitation of medium. Well, the advice can be given, and then if it's applicable, it will be applied in the medium that I'm working with. Otherwise, it will be applied in digital when I go to digital. I don't know if you can hear me, but because the notification says that the ad is on, I'll reply in chat. Oh, you can still hear me. That was funny. It took me like 55 minutes to type it, but you could hear me. Oh well, it's in the chat history as well. Oh my god, my neck is killing it. Let me see if there's someone online to raid. Oh, we have a blue skittle, Stella. Let me see what Jay's doing. Oh, we could raid Jay Stella. Like, one of the advice I saw on YouTube while figuring out how to paint is that squinting is free, and getting in those large color blocks is useful for making sure you don't get lost in small changes in color and detail. Yeah, for sure, that is very, very useful, especially when it comes to contrasts and making sure that the right values are in the right places. When it comes to adding contrast, I shy away a little bit. So I don't go as bold as I should go often. Yeah, that makes sense though, especially you can't color correct as easily. Yeah, that is basically what my kind of my thought process is. Because since you can't undo going all in, not being able to lift and lighten the value makes you think like 35 times before adding a dark color. With gouache is less so, because I have gone quite bold when I was doing, when I was working on Jinx. And then in some cases it was too dark and I went over it again and lifted it and like lightened the value, but still, yeah, that is very, very useful. So yeah, I'll keep that in mind because it's something that I suffer from. So I noticed that you paid a lot of attention to the small shifts in tones on the face. Yeah, and like 3/4 of the values are not right, and I'm aware of that. I've laid out my skin tones with this brush, which doesn't look big, but is pretty big when it's compared to the size of the paper. And I did start from like some more blocking the colors in and then blending. But since, like I was saying, blending is not my forte yet, like the moment I went over the dark values, like I was saying before, the light colors next to them or underneath were reactivated, so you tend to have lighter values than you had initially planned. Because this area, for example, was darker and this area as well was darker, but then the moment I started to blend, the light colors on like neighboring colors blended in and lifted the value of the dark. So yeah. And then you have the bonus fun that when is wet, the paint looks different from when it's dry. So if you're going over an area like this nose area is all messed up because I couldn't judge if the color that I had at the moment, let's say, what was the right one. And so when it started to dry, I realized that it was not the right one, but it was too late and it was already in place. So the value is correct, but the hue is not. So yeah, now it's all fucked up. Pardon my French. So I need to go over it like several times to get it right. But yeah, it's quite tricky, and I'm still very, very new to the medium, so I don't have any expectations of this turning out a decent piece. It's just me applying what I learned in the major mess up that I've done in the previous painting and see if I can reach the conclusion of this painting in less amount of hours that I'd spent with Jinx. Just to have the base skin tone sort of right with Jinx, I think I might have spent like 3 hours, just because the first color was too dark and I needed to lift everything. So all the blocking that I'd done was completely off, and yeah, it was fun to fix. And then I kind of blanketed it with a sort of white, which then got reactivated throughout the rework. So yeah, so yeah, it's all practice at the end of the day. Yeah, true. Like whatever I learn, I'll be able to apply in the next one. And yeah, it's all for a good cause. It all helps my growth. Okay, cool. Let's see if I can survive this. Yeah, I'm not probably able to keep streaming because my neck is really at the end of the line. It's completely understandable. Yeah, I have done to finish Jinx last Saturday. I've done a 7-hour stream, and then I was like dead for the next 2 days. So yeah. Other than that, I don't want to keep streaming. Yeah. It's fair. It's just that I would like to keep going, and it's also pleasant to have a nice chat with you. It has been like a very good company. So yeah, I was just giving you context instead of saying, I'm hanging out, bye. And I see the Jinx painting was tapped out doing something when you showed it. Oh, okay, sure. Is right here. I just need to turn the page. I might need to zoom out a tiny bit just to show you in one piece. But yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, well, ignore the bottom. Oh, thank you. Yeah, like on this side, I managed to get quite a smooth finish in terms of skin tone and color, even though I've gone over it like 1,000 times. But yeah, you can kind of see that I got lost in several areas when it went to trying to blend this very thick white coat that I had to use to fix up the first mess up. So, oh, my zoom doesn't want to stay put. Oh, come on, big guy. Okay, cool. Is that the art? Is very confident in the hard edges and soft edges they have. I think what made you think about Arcane style? Yeah. Absolutely. That is part of the fascination that I have with it. So yeah, we've got Sister 1 and Sister 2 next to each other. They'll have a nice chat while I'm off stream, and yeah, I might just leave it there. It really tests you on your knowledge of the planes, of the face, and what the shadows you're looking at come from. Yeah, totally. And it's something that I'm still getting used to, because the theory is kind of there, but when I get brush on paper, I start like losing the lucidity, let's say, of the theory, so it goes a bit AY. Cool. I think we might test a raid if you want to stick around. I have a very nice digital artist to potentially jump to if you're up to. So yeah, we can test it. It's like the first time that I raid someone, so you can see if that works at all. Let's see if I can make it work. I don't have a fun message to paste. Raid channel, following J Stella, which wouldn't need any raid whatsoever because it's like a very nice and established artist. But yeah, is a great digital artist. I would really recommend let me see if I can get it going. But anyway, thank you again for being here, for keeping me company, and yeah, I hope to see you soon. Thank you for the follow as well. Never forget that. And let's see how this rating works. Cool. See you later.